Hey child, morning, how's it going? Alright. Okie dokie. Where are we then? Working on the code which renders the rooms in the game. That's where we are. Hopefully straightforward. Say that every day. Never is. Whoa. So I'm just going to go to debug draw. Oh, world grid. Bamberg. Do the end, yeah. Same thing I do every day. Not every day, a lot of days. Hope you're alright. Do this. So yesterday I just basically spent a day bug fixing. I think we're at a state where it works just about. You added some features last minute yesterday. Oh yeah, nice one. What features? Don't actually know if I actually want to draw this. I did a tiny bit of work last night as well. Just, what did I do? I fixed a bug with creating the floors. There we go. Looking alright, you know. There's more work to do. Like, none of the reflections are in. None of the shadows or god rays are in. I'll add them in soon. Hopefully we can get onto them today. World scale HUD for player health. Oh, great. Bulls randomly spawning on the map. I want to get to that level of code as well, that stage. Back into the gameplay stuff. I'm feeling it now. You know, moving away from the engine stuff. Been on the engine now since end of July. So a few months. Scissor rectangles, nice one. Nice one, nice one. Just glue it together so it's not reusable. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, awesome. So right now, the rooms render fine. The code's a hodgepodge of, well, this is the function, tick room, which is absolutely broken. Well, it's not broken, it's me just putting stuff in to get it to work. All this needs redoing now. So it's a little bit nicer. One of the things I was thinking of doing, which will make it easier, is allowing sprites to point back into their respective like tree. So the trees have a sprite index, but the sprites could have like a content index. Fu Manchu, morning. How do you handle tile-based levels in the engine? It's really complicated, unfortunately. So they start off as the square with the image on it. It depends if it comes from a tile sheet as well. I'll take you through the process. Native support for tiles. It's all in soft. Well, I don't know what you don't exactly know what you mean by native support. Let me know what you mean, and I'll let you know. All right, Fu Manchu. So, for instance, this comes from a tile sheet that you make in Photoshop. Ooh, there's a new version of Photoshop. Let's see if anything's broken. All good, all good. Nice one. So you make it in Photoshop, and then you import it in, and then fortunately we're drawing I've got a little debug thing where we're drawing this grid above everything at the moment because I was using that for debugging. But it splits it into tiles, the engine. It should try and do it automatically. So this is one art file, one PSD file, and then it splits them into tiles, and then those tiles turn into brushes. So when you're brushing them with the level editor, you're actually not using the PSD file anymore. You're using the brush, which is a DDS file that's been created by the engine. So it's just a single image, and that goes on as a rectangle in here. So like for instance, well, this is a rectangle. So if I was to open this up in Pix, it would be a rectangle. Even though the collision detection is not a rectangle, it is a rectangle. But then when it goes through the content pipeline, this gets turned into a mesh with UVs and all sorts, which wraps the actual image. So it is quite complicated. So by the time it gets to the game, this is an actual mesh with UVs and tile sheets and all sorts. I made a living use a tile map editor, and I had some code to pass the files you exported. Yeah. So I make the map using that editor here, and this gets turned into a text file. This is just a text file. I need some actual code in here to have a button to say open the text file. So this, which is called test prefab.room, is this test prefab. Where is it? What's it called? Test prefab.room. Oh, it's a room file. Test prefab.room. So it's a text file. This is just what's used by the level editor. When it goes through, what I've been writing the past couple of weeks is that content level compiler. So it takes this text file as input, outputs binary data, which is just binary. It's a big binary blob that the actual game loads in. So an editor, native support. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. No, you don't need external software, no. The only software that's kind of tied to the editor at the moment is Photoshop. For some effects. So if you wanted to use like GIMP, for instance, you would need to write some stuff to pass the GIMP file, whatever that happens to be, if you wanted to create the same effects. Good game. So yeah, like for instance, I'll do a pix render and I'll show you the meshes. And the tile sheets and stuff. Takes a while to actually launch the game at the moment. So if I do a pix capture, here are all the draw calls. So this is the floor, this is the first thing that's drawn. And you can see it's a mesh. It's made up of tiles, that's what I mean by tile based. So the mesh has no diagonal lines, apart from obviously these triangle. It's made up entirely of rectangles, or triangles that make rectangles, that aren't skewed in any way. So that's what I mean by tile based. So that's basically the floor mesh, and that's what the asset pipeline generates. The grass is a little bit different. So this is some grass that's being drawn. The grass is a little bit different. That's not tile based. Because I've got the grass blowing in the wind, that animation's done on the GPU. I did experiment, I think, when I originally wrote the content pipeline to not do it on the GPU, or to build actual meshes for the grass blades as well, and I abandoned it for some reason. GTG, yeah. Yeah, I remember from yesterday. Yeah. Getting down with the lingo, man. So the light is, this is the mesh for it. So it started as a rectangle in the level editor, and when it's been compiled, it's ended up as this, a bunch of tiles, basically. And then that's the distance field again. It's tiles approximating a circle. That's the glow. That's the shadow map. So we're not doing shadows yet, but it is being drawn. It's just so this light casts shadows in this box. So I have to connect that back up again. More grass. That's the part. That's the framed animation. So every frame gets its own mesh as well. If I was to pause this on a more interesting frame of the framed animation. So that's the explosion effect. More grass. Flag. More grass. And it's rendered back to front, which you have to do if you're doing this. You're doing 2D tile based. So 3D games where everything's geometry, you render front to back usually, because you make the assumption that if it's close to the camera, i.e. the front, it takes up the most screen space, which is generally true. And then you have a depth buffer to actually, in hardware on the GPU, detect if you're behind the depth buffer, and if you were behind the depth buffer, the depth in the depth buffer, you don't have to render. So they generally render front to back. You can't do that in this type of game, unfortunately. And you save a lot of time doing that. Save a lot of CPU cycles or GPU cycles. Yeah, okay, Fanbjerg, see you later. Hopefully it comes out alright. There you go, there's that tile. So it went from a quad to, what's that, 4 quads. It's the barrels. And generating these meshes, so that's the pond mesh there, is entirely algorithmic, so I don't actually do it. It does it itself. Yeah, okay, no problem. How am I going to stream for? I think I'm streaming till about just before 3 today. So what are we on? I'm on 9:30 now, British time. So we can do some maths. 5 hours ish. But yeah, good luck. So yeah, it's entirely algorithmic, so it just works the meshes out itself. And I've got this tile size set hard coded, the minimum tile size to be 32 pixels square, but you could set the minimum tile size to be 1, and it would actually create a mesh that entirely cuts out all of the white space. The problem with that is the algorithm's not fast enough to do that in a realistic time. It'd probably take like 15 minutes to compile a level. So yeah, I just add 1 hour to your time to get my time. Yeah. So when you say 3, it means 4. Yeah, okay, great. So 3 British time, so yeah, 4 o'clock your time. So I have a compromise of 32 pixels square for the minimum tile size. And that seems to generate the levels fast enough. And there's the animated dude. This is not really gone through the asset compiler. This is just the mesh that is spit out from Spine. That's the river. Some more grass. Another dude. Some more grass. They're the bounding boxes for the dudes. And then that's the radar there. Get home around 1 PM. Oh yeah, hopefully I'll catch you this afternoon then. Yeah, have a good day. No more game logic. Yeah, I'm hoping today my day today is no more content creation. That would be nice. No more level compiling. But yeah, awesome. And then the post processor, which all it's doing right now, the post processor is, I don't even know what it's doing, actually. nothing. It's doing literally nothing. It's just outputting the colour. But it will do stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's just in the pipeline, the render pipeline, for when we will do stuff with it. Yeah. For right now, it's doing nothing. Tomorrow's the presentation. Oh, yeah. Okay. Last day of development. Hopefully you've got an insight into what it's into, like the teamwork bit. I think most people put on their CVs like great in a team, works well in a team. Everybody puts that, but in reality, most people don't. Including me, I think. Hoping it will improve. Yeah. Depends on the type of team. If you all fit neatly into discrete roles, you do this, it tends to be good. The problem is when you get kind of like butting heads, two people trying to take responsibility for the same thing. That seems to be a big cause of friction. And then these other canvases are just the overlay. What's the overlay doing? It's drawing 6. Oh, it's drawing the radar, look. Then the debug overlay, which comes at the end, draws all the text. So the amount of draw calls is actually, because you're drawing back to front, depth buffer, the amount of draw calls is really dependent on how many times you have to swap the pipeline state. So the shaders, basically. Or any type of pipeline state. So if you want to swap to a different blend mode, that creates the divide in the draw call. So if this was like a level entirely of sprites, meaning like normal sprites, so no lights, no grass, no trees, it was just like stuff from tile sheets, it'd all get done in like one draw call. Yeah, it's hard. It is hard. My experience as well is from all that stuff is sometimes it's like better to not try and cool the environment early on, but let people hash out like the subconscious hierarchy of people. If early on you can not say you're the manager or whatever and two people are trying to work something out, early on you can just like try and leave them to get it worked out, rather than try and step in all the time, sort things out. Modern API draw calls aren't that critical anymore. Yeah. Used to be a massive deal. The main killer now is overdraw, really. I think overdraw is, you could kill a 50-90 with overdraw quite easily. And that's again where the 3D renderer has an advantage, because it's drawing from front to back with a depth buffer. You don't really get hardly any overdraw. apart from if you're doing transparencies and stuff like that. If you're doing a 2D game, so one of the challenges of doing a 2D game is overdraw. It's one of the main performance challenges. First didn't manage anything, but first week got nothing done. Yeah, so this is in a longer project. It can take a while, I think, to get this established. And it's just generally in companies, and general, rather than just game projects. It's all companies where people work together. Didn't complete their tasks. Yeah. Thing is, like, in a work environment, that would have actual consequences, wouldn't it, if people didn't complete their tasks? I think in a school environment, people tend to they're not as professional. Or some people aren't. A lot of people are. Debt pre-pass. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean, yeah. Because I don't have a depth buffer, you see, so I can't do anything like that. I will have a depth buffer. So when we start doing depth of field, it depends. The good depth of field algorithms that I've implemented do a kind of fake depth map. It depends what we're going to how we're going to use depth of field. If we are going to use it, I've generally faked it in old games. So you might want depth of field in something like this to show that something was in the sky. So if you want to show something is in the sky, like these barrels are in the sky, you obviously render it in front of everything with parallax and blur, and that makes it look like it's in the sky. So we will do stuff like that. If you only draw transparency, you could benefit being the sprites to tiles, rasterize via compute. Yeah, I've never been able to get compute shaders to be as quick. I have quite an old GPU. I think if I get a new GPU, which I probably will next year, we'll have a look at some of that stuff. I have a 1080, so it's an old GPU. All right. Anyway. Yeah, no, I have done some stuff. I've just never been able to get it as fast. It's just using a pixel shader in terms, like rendering. I haven't used it much though. I'm talking about like blurs and things. I've used it for blurs and things before. All right. So what do I want to do? What I was going to do was get so let's have a look at the rivers. I'm going to work today on drawing the level, I think. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll have a look into it. When we like move over to some graphics. The thing is, it's also like I want to get on with the game a bit. When I get sick of game programming, which will be in a few months' time, I might have a look at some stuff like that. I don't think, to be fair, that this is going to be a particularly intense game graphically. Unless we have like entire fields of long grass maybe, which could be a thing on like a 4K. Kite Lion, thanks for the follow. Kite Lion Games. All right. Rivers. Where are we drawing rivers? Okay, let's just get rid of all this stuff that's commented out. If zeroed out. Building your own engine. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's nearly there actually now. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the follow. Yeah, if you've got any questions about it, let us know. So the rivers only have the room ID in that we're interested in, I think. I'm thinking of like trying to just simplify this all down. So what does rivers have in it? Section range, room ID. So it has the section range. Rivers is the only one that's a little bit more tricky. No bounds or anything. I'm wondering if we should just stick in each sort of river section as a sprite. So in each river section we could point back, each sprite we could point back to its section and then get rid of rivers altogether. So what I'm thinking of doing is having like some kind of content index, which it's context dependent, so depending on what type of sprite it is, depending on what type of content index it is. And then in the level generator, we can do something like section to be? Sprite copy, sprite index, content index is the R for the section index. So we'll try and now render the rivers sections without the rivers structure. And then we can get rid of the rivers structure. So yeah, the river's built up of sections, and I've done it that way so they can get culled. Because rivers obviously run a long way, and you only want to draw sections of the river at once. Like sections at a time rather than the entire river all the time. So let's go through sprites. Oops. Sprite type is not equal to river section. Continue. So we go auto section. Sprite is river sections. Sprite content index. And it's just that. See if this also draws the river properly. Looks alright to me. That means I can get rid of rivers, which is nice. Replace it with this. So the idea is, I think what I'm going to do is we'll just loop through the sprites once and then just draw, you know, draw whatever type it is. My original idea was to have, like, in the rooms, to have like ranges of all the different ones, but I have to maintain draw order, I think. For some situations. Like this would be nice. So I could just like draw all the normal ones, draw all the trees, draw all the framed animations. And that would work 99% of the time, except when things two draws get the same Z for some reason, and then they actually need to maintain the actual draw order that they came in from the editor with, because sometimes it will get drawn behind it then when in the editor it's drawn in front of it. That's the only situation. Otherwise I could do that. Alright, let's see what compiler this is generated. Dest rivers. New river. Okay, so river index. I don't think we use. Where that goes. That goes. What will we generate? So the new river's ID was this. So we'll just hash in the new ID, river data ID, and the section index. Alright, that's river's gone. Hopefully it still draws a river. Right, cool. So the next one is well, we'll do trees. So rivers is done. Rivers isn't in this list. Oh, it is. River sections is done. Trees. So we'll do this. So the tree. So we're going to do sprite copy. Well, let's do this. Sprite index is that. Sprite copy, sprite index, content index is T. And then when we're drawing now the trees, which is here, instead of doing this, go for auto sprite sprites. Eventually this will all be one loop. I know I'm like going through sprites multiple times. Eventually it will all be in the same loop, but I'll just keep it simple for now, and then we'll combine it all into one loop. So the tree, if it's not equal to tree, continue. Tree is trees sprite content index. Well, the rivers actually. Go back to the rivers a sec. Where was it? Leave that in there for now because it's got the reflection stuff in it, which you need to add back in. You can go if sprite.room ID is not equal to room name.id. Thing about these sprites is it's for the entire level. All the sprites for the entire level. Multiple rooms in a level, because you can, like, you know, go to different parts of the level. So I just want to draw sprites that are in this room. So that's tree. And then it's just this. do want to keep this by tree because this is ticking the trees. The actual particle system in the tree. That is just drawing the tree. That's good. Right, cool. So that's now the tree code. Next one is pond code. So sprites copy, sprite index, content index is P. Here we go. So if 0, else, and if. So go through sprites again. The pond is ponds sprite content index. Okay. There's the pond. So that works fine. It's going well so far. Lights. How do lights actually work? So we've got light sprite index. We have another thing called owner index. Owner, I think that's more for gameplay. That's like if you knock out a sprite and it has lights on it, like, you know, you destroy a sprite that has lights on it, you destroy the sprites that are the lights as well. And that's how that works. It's more for gameplay, so I won't remove it. But it looks like we can get the light as well. So so we want to go sprites copy sprite index. Content index is L. And so the light is lights sprite content index. Not sure we need the light bounds. All right. Okay, that seems good. Next one, last one is framed animations. So one framed animation has many sprites, so we can't just point back to it. So let's think about this. So what we'd have to do if we were going to iterate over, so I want to get everything in terms of iterating over sprites, we would have to check if it's a framed animation. If it is, we'd have to get the framed animation index, and then we'd have to skip a bunch of sprites, which is doable. So we have to do this. We'd have to basically give all of the sprites the same animation index. So what's going to go on here then? Have to see about this. So it gives framed animation index naught. and it would skip it. I think I want them all of the sprites to point to it. So we'd have to say, put the old count here. Say else if anim is great is less than s and the other way around, sorry. So here, so this has from 40 is quite a lot of frames. So let's have a look at the animation. Where are we? Type framed animation. Fortunately, they're all going to point to 0. Let's just, for the sake of sanity, do that for now. 0 is actually the default value, you see. And check that they all get written to. Content index 0. Missed that one. Sprite number 98. It's number 14. It's this one. Oh, that's just a typo. That's because I need to do this as well. One is incorrect, but I just want to check that it is right into them all. Okay, content index 1. We'll just go to the other end. Content index 1. Alright, awesome. So we don't want the plus ones really. And then this needs a little bit more work. So auto sprites. We'll just do this as well. So I think what we want to do is we want to go for index ref s sprite in sprites. So that just gives me the reference and the index at the same time. So what we need to do is we need to say the animation is sprite content index if anim sprite range first is equal to s. So we're on the first one. We do this. Or it's not equal to s, we can continue. Call it framed anim. We tick it, we get the frame. That is just S. And then we do all that stuff. What we actually want to do is we want to... Well, that's fine for now. What eventually we want to do, because eventually we're going to actually be ticking by a range, first to last, is move the actual ticker T along by the frame count. But this should work now, just as it is. And we won't do culling yet. It's a little bit more complicated than the other one. So right now it'll just skip them that are part of the animation. There it is. Alright, that's a bit more complicated. I'm gonna get rid of these as well. We want sprite frame. Right, cool. Okay, so that's all of the different content index things, I think. So let's check that in. Yeah, I'll just put my server on so I can see when the adverts are coming. 8 minutes. 8 minutes till an ad. I'll make a cup of coffee then. Right. Where are we? So what I'm going to do is, because this is a big old function now, I'm going to make tick room 2. No, I'm not going to do that yet, actually. I'm going to actually work on the room. So the room now, we're not going to do this. We're just going to have sprite range. So these are the sprites in the room. So we've got, it's after saved camera. Saved camera. Camera. It's after camera. So room.sprite range. So we need to set the sprite range for the room. It's something like this. It's not quite this. So that's just room. Sprite range is room range, I think. We're not sorting anymore. I think they should already come in sorted. It should already be. No, they might not actually be sorted by room. No, they are sorted by room. They should come in sorted by room. The sprites anyway. I believe we're compiling 2 rooms. So the first room is 0 to 30. The second room is 30 to 173. Assuming they are in, I think they do come in room order. So that's room 992. Go up to 30. So 29 is 414. No, they are not. What was it? Rooms, room range. 0 to 29 it is. Doesn't look like they are in room order. Can make them in room order though, that's fine. So it's 6. Okay. So is that because we're sorting on draw order? Probably is. We do need to sort on draw order, but draw order needs to reset with a new room. Maybe. No, I don't know if it should matter actually. Whoops. No, I don't think it doesn't matter. Okay. We'll sort on draw order. And so can we get away with stable sorting on room ID? I think we can. So we can go standard ranges, stable sort, sprite copy, turn a.room ID is less than b.room ID. That should hopefully still work. If we can't stable sort it, we'll have to do it ourselves. But so 0 to 30. Not 29. That's 992, and then 30 is 414. So let's just see then. Right, that's good. So, I believe stable sort is fine because they're all members. The problem, what I don't want to do is reverse the draw, like change the draw order. But if the stable sorting on the room ID, it won't change the order of anything with the same room ID. I think that's how it works. All right, there's an ad going, starting for some of you, so I will just make a cup of coffee and then come back in 2 minutes. I'm back right on time as well. So we've got our room ranges now. So that means we can build the real loop. So now I think what we're going to do is this. I'm going to get the room. If not room, return. And then we want to go for S in room index range. What was it? Sprite range. Like this. I exactly know how. Yeah, we want to do this. If we want to farm it out to different functions, I'll just do it all here. So we'll go auto, sprite, sprites, S. And I'm going to go if sprite type is equal to grass. Do this. Else if sprite type is equal to a river section. Do this. Do next. All right, we want to do trees as well. We want to do trees right at the top. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. We can draw the trees. Where are we? Else if sprite type is equal to 3. Dead sprites as well, we need to work on that. Dead sprites are sprites that don't want to get rendered. Okay, so what's the next one that we did? Light. Just get rid of all that. This is going to be such a long function. I might have different farm it out to different functions maybe. We'll see. Framed animations. builds. Alright. So it's 4R, sprite range count. Auto S equals room, sprite range. I think. So that's the framed animations. Rigs is separate as well. So we may as well do these. Here. Put culling in. Tick time of day and tick the weather. So we'll do Windows next. Nightchild, if you're still there, how does the compute shader, if you do the compute shader version, how does that prevent the overdraw? I want to read up onto that. Might be worth doing if it's really, really efficient. If you're still there. Alright, so Windows is basically the same. Cloth. So the cloths here, we're finding on the sprite ID. I think we can have an index, cloth meshes. So I need to put that in. Okay, so this is submeshes. Sprite submesh index. So that's cloth. Normal. Ali, how's it going? Day 116, yeah. Oh, yeah. And many more, probably. I've been streaming for since January, end of January. I'm going to try and stream making an entire game with this engine. So it might be like day 700 by the time I'm finished with that. All right, pond. We might put that up here. So what's this? Normal we've done. So I'm gonna go to do let's write. Right. So we got the room sprite range, which is from 30 to 173. Let me just start drawing stuff. Let's see if it draws the right stuff, which it seems to do. Lovely. So I've got a couple of to-dos. So I'm just going to continue out of this. Get rid of that. So I'd like a kind of an async tick on rigs as well. The problem with that is the way the Spine API is designed is it'll fire the events not on the main thread, which would be annoying. Animated rigs broadcast events, like I'm touching my nose, and then you can react to that in the game. Now if that event comes in on a random thread, that would be annoying. But this is actually a cause of performance as well, performance problems. So we'll just get yeah. So actually the sprite is the sprite. So it's section submesh. Check you haven't broken rivers doing that. That's okay. What's weird there is we don't need the pond. Maybe we can get rid of ponds as well. So the pond has in it a reflection bounds. Let's see what that is. I think it's like anything in here in this bound casts a reflection. I think that's what the reflection bounds is. I think it needs to be, that's local, so it needs to be translated to sprite position. So basically anything in that bounding box can cast reflections into the pond. I think that's the way it works. Don't need it here though. We will need it for when we start doing reflections. Lights. Run out of music. Submesh. Lightsy, another glowsy. Oh, we do need to cash out the light. All right. So now we need to get by index, I think. Thank you.
Always forgot
Hydrate
to drink
for me
water.
means coffee. Cheers. I always forget to drink water, actually. Drink plenty at home. The thing about me is like coffee and coding is they exist together. Can't have one without the other. For me. So because this function's quite giant. And we might have more. We might make more of these. The thing is as well is this like it is giant, but it's like a bunch of basically one-liners. You know, I could do something like have draw grass submesh in the actual game level. I think we'll leave it at this. I think this is fine for now. So the cloth, get by index, cloth meshes, find by sprite ID. So that's in here. Else if sprites s type is equal to cloth. We'll just do sprites s content index equals level. Cloth meshes. Index find. Well, index of. What is it? Sprite ID. And then I just want to probably put an assert here. Is not equal. So we'll just do cloths to that. Count. And then here now we can get by index, I assume. So cloth is cloth meshes sprite content index. Check this doesn't crash. And we're testing for texture indices as well. I don't think we need to do that. All right. So we've got textures, submesh, texture indices 0. Might want to change this. This means a cloth can only have one texture on it. The thing about the cloth as well is that the vertices don't actually. They cannot. Do we want to support cloths with multiple textures? That's currently not in. That's currently not in the engine. So I'm going to change this. Cloths with multiple textures. What happens if a cloth wants to get dirty? Yeah. What does that mean then? So cloth vertices. So we do build cloth mesh, which is basic building of a mesh there. Interesting. So we could just extend it a little bit. To half support it. Restless and stressed. So is it anxiety about the future? Because that is perfectly normal, what you're about to do. I will say you get used to it. You do get used to it. You become less anxious over time. The more you do it. Yeah, I mean, it's a big, bold step, but it will be worth it for sure. Does it ever happen to me? So, in the early days, when you're first getting something off the ground, it's very stressful in the early days. But after a period of time, you get established and you get comfortable. But yeah, I mean, not knowing your next paycheck is stressful. It depends how comfortable you are at the present time, like how long you could survive without getting paid or whatever. And there's times where it's tight and that's stressful, but there are also times where it's not tight and that's really good. But it's always something you have to kind of like, it's like a little niggle, I suppose. But you do get used to it. And overall, it's worth it, I think. You know, there are sacrifices that you have to make to be self-employed, I suppose. One of those things is a bit of anxiety. But it does get easier. It's not as difficult as being a parent. Yeah. Scary. It is scary. It's totally scary. And if it makes you feel comfortable, you could write a business plan and then write a fallback plan. I would definitely try and keep it professional. I would write a business plan. I would write a plan of your next 1 to 2 years financially. And then you can actually tell. You can actually tell if it's going to plan or not. If you don't do that, you can't. It's very difficult to tell if it's going to plan or not. Even though it seems obvious, but when you're in it, it's not. It's not easy. And that allows you to adapt. Hopefully you don't have an advert, because there's meant to be ads running. Yeah, so I might change this. Yeah, there was an advert. Ah, right. So what I said is, what did I say? Yeah, I was saying if it makes you feel more comfortable, you write a business plan and you write a fallback plan. And I would definitely say write a business plan the next 1 to 2 years, because then you can tell if it's going to plan or not. If you don't do that, when you get into it, it is hard to tell. It's like, it seems easy from the beginning, but when you're in it, it is hard to tell if it's going to plan. So you can at least have something to, you don't have to stick to it, but you know, you can have something to compare what you thought it would be like to what it is like. Next product which makes money on users' monthly subscription. Yeah, I mean, it just has to be some kind of cash flow forecast, really. It needs to be like, how are you going to be? What do you expect? And then, you know, a mistake is to be like, this will be successful. I think the best thing to do is would be like, what happens if there's no money coming in for a bit? How long could I survive? All this stuff. But it is worth it. It is worth writing one right at the beginning. And also, like, let the current take you where it takes you as well, because often, it definitely happened with me multiple times, you set off on a journey and then the destination is nowhere near what you thought it would be. Do you know what I mean? Whereas some people try and stick to the guns and be like, force something to happen, and I think that can be a mistake. That can lead to problems. Whereas if you're like, oh, we're going down this route and it's working, it's not what I had in mind, but it's working, then maybe it's worth following that route. But know that it's completely normal to feel anxiety, have sleepless nights. It does get easier though, it does get easier. And it's not as difficult as having kids. Or having young kids. It's not going to be the most difficult thing you've ever done. See, the fallback plan could be like, it gets to this cash level and I've done this much work, we're going to consider it, take a break, could do a contract or something for 6 months for somebody else, get some money in. Or your fallback plan could be like, right, I need a little bit of money, so I'm just going to go and work in a supermarket for a couple of days a week just to get that food money in or whatever. Maybe that's all you need to make it sustainable, I don't know. And then you can have 5 days a week working on your project, 2 days a week working to get by. And that is how a lot of people do it. And that's probably like, that is a good way to do it. See if there's a market, build a community. Yeah. Yeah, look at like, explore things like how you're going to generate income. Or how long you could go without generating income. You could explore those things in the plan, and then at least 6 months down the line you can tell if it's working or not. One year with just a wife's salary, yeah. Once a car is sold. But have a fallback plan. What happens if you get a job, say, in Lidl 2 days a week? What happens then? Maybe that goes to like 5 years or something. I don't know. Obviously, it's a massive job change, that, but it's allowing you to pursue your passions, you know. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it, that? Dedicate your full attention to it, I don't. Yeah, but getting a job, something like, saying in a supermarket, doesn't take any brain space away. Getting a coding job takes brain space away, I think. Or at least it would for me. If you get a job doing something completely different part-time, like I'm saying this is your fallback plan. So while you're at your job, you can still think about how you might do, because the job is obviously like, doesn't take a lot of brain space in terms of coding. It still allows you to plan and think about how you might do things, work on the game in your mind. Just physical work of sorts. Yeah. You know, mostly my I mean, it's not really a day-to-day job, but when I have to go and work is not coding. Some of it is. Mostly it's not. And that's on purpose. I don't think I would get a job as a coder, because then my brain space is, my energy for coding goes on something else rather than this. I'd rather go work in Lidl or something, because, you know, they pay fairly well and you can just get shifts. That's it. I'm just going to have like 16 hours if you want to do that. That's my fallback plan. That would be my fallback plan. And the point of it is just to reduce the anxiety. It's not like it's going to happen. It's just to reduce the anxiety a little bit. It's like, yeah, well, if it all goes tits up, then I don't have to give my house to the bank. Or whatever. Yeah, it is good. There's a bit of a stigma against it, you know, which I don't like. But it often allows you the freedom to pursue your hobby rather than your work all the time. Is becoming an influencer, is becoming an influencer, which should be good for that plan. Becoming an influencer is 99% luck. That's the problem, I would say. It's good if you can get it, but I don't think you can design. Maybe some geniuses can. You can design a business around it before it's happened. Obviously, you can when it starts to happen. My mantra about it is it's kind of an artistic thing, and it's not about money. It's about the thing, creation, and then you just do what you need to do to get money, to keep doing the artistic thing, rather than like, I think if you're trying to be like, this is gonna make loads of money, that's not what drives me. It could be what drives other people, though. It's not, you know, no shade. Yeah, I think one of the things about, like, if you're wanting to make games to sell, you need people to buy them, and obviously, and relying on footfall on Steam, browsers on Steam, isn't a good business model. Just be like, oh, I'll publish my game and people will find it. You actually need a community of people who want to buy your game. But I would say as well that takes often multiple games. So you need a plan in between. You know, you need to develop that community over multiple games. More work, branding, get more clients, yeah. Yeah, that's it. There's thousands of, I mean, there's probably, I don't know, there's probably hundreds released a day. Probably. I don't really know how many are released. It's a lot though, isn't it? So what you need is like, oh yeah, I like the games that my Fu Manchu makes. So I'll keep an eye out for his next one. I think that is more how it works, really. So you need a long-term plan of multiple games to establish yourself properly as an indie game developer, as a business. Or you do my option, which is like earn money another way and do this as an art creation hobby thing. And then if things get good enough, like if this game gets good enough, I'll put it out on Steam. But the goal is not necessarily to put it out on Steam. The goal is to make the thing. This year, close to 20k already. Wow, yeah. I wonder what it would be if you cut out AAA and you cut out like shovelware, how many it would be. I wonder what that figure is. And I wonder if you cut out Unity, Unreal and Godot, what that figure is. Yeah. Yeah, so Anyway, back to coding. Cloth with multiple textures. That's probably going to be a thing. It wouldn't be difficult to do that. I'm just wondering if we should do that now. Not the editor side, but the actual renderer side. Right now you just pass in an image. Is it an image? Oh, you can pass in an image or a texture. So you need it. The way to make it to be multiple textures is pass an array of texture views, and then the cloth mesh vertices would need to have slots in the texture indices. I think I'd leave it for now. Yeah, it's fine. Like, I personally am very excited for you. I know you're feeling that. You're feeling the burn a bit. But remember, yeah, try and remember it's exciting as well. Nothing worth doing is easy at all. And I would recommend writing a business plan and a fallback plan. Because then when you can't get to sleep and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, you're like, oh yeah, but I could just go and get a job here, and that means I can survive another 2 years. Or I could take my fallback plan might be like, all right, I'm going to just stop the game, do a 6-month contract, and then I'm good to go for another couple of years. I would say a bit of advice is you've given yourself a year, but it's gonna take longer than that. So work on that. Like, work on what you will do when the year is up. Like, I've been streaming for nearly a year, and obviously it takes a long time. It's gonna take multiple years of work. So the cloth. So if I wanted to have like 3 textures, cloth vertices. So the cloth vertex actually isn't the thing that's passed to the GPU. It's XYUV dynamic that is. So what do we actually put in there? Texture index camera English and some kind of whatever bias is. What is bias? Bias. Shadow bias. Alright, so it's when it wants to cast a shadow. It should probably be a reflection bias as well. Yeah, we'll work on cloths later. Okay. To do dead sprites. So what I might do then now, obviously this is a long function. I think it's fine. Is I might work on reflections. We'll work on reflections now. So that means I need to set up a room with reflections in it. So we will make we'll do it possibly via a prefab. No, we'll do it via a room first. And then what I want, we'll do layer with, well, we'll just keep it really simple actually. We'll just put a pond in. And then we'll put some barrels in. And the barrels need to be over the top. Put it like 500. Okay, that will work. So what I want to do is make sure that adding that room didn't break anything. Looks good, looks good. Okay, so game config. Reflections. There it is. So we need to get some, these barrels need to cast reflections on that pond. Go to engine config. Change the level version to 1. Stop building the levels all the time. Question is, do we want to actually do it in the editor first or the game? Probably the editor. So to do that, we don't want to launch the game, and in the editor window we actually want rooms reflections, reflection.rooms, reflection or reflections. Reflections.room. So they should just launch straight into the editor. Right, so the way this works is there is a reflection bias. And that's just like, because I don't necessarily know, or the engine doesn't know where the ground is, because it's 2D. So the reflection bias just pretends there's a ground. Just basically like moves the reflection up and down in Y. So if it's in the sky, you'd obviously move the reflection down there, and if it's on the ground, you'd move it right up to there. And then what I also want to do is stop rendering these grid lines in front of everything. Figure out where that is. Not anywhere there. Draw world grid. Missed it. There you go. reflections then. This is half implemented already. So game board content tick. What was it? Well, it'd be pond. Draw reflections, root content, draw reflections, which is all zeroed out. Right. I'm gonna have a 2-minute break and then we'll get on to this. Hey. This is completely out of date. Trying to remember what even happens here. If the sprite Z, so that's the receiver Z bias. So that's basically like if we're in front of it. Draw it. How does that work? Okay, well, this is not really much help, so I'll just delete that. So shadows are actually a little bit simpler. We'll go for the hard one. Right, what does draw content do? Just does this. Content is null pointer. This is null point. Root content. What happens if we don't have instance.draw? Needs to have root content. I think it's just this. I think it's just this. So we're literally just going to draw it again. She picks the renderer. So we're going to draw the pond. We don't actually want to draw the pond. So, renderer for type pond. Z bias or Z? What we want to do is we want an instance draw. That takes like the receiver Z bias, I think. I'm just thinking how we would. So what we have to do is have to see if we're in front of the receiver Z bias. We want to draw things that are in front. Another thing is as well is there is a reflection bounds as well. So the pond has in it a reflection bounds. We only want to draw things that are in the reflection bounds. So this actually maybe want to make a like a reflector structure. Let's try this. Oops. So we want to draw reflections with the reflector. We can put more stuff in there if we need to. We won't default it. All right. So the reflector is reflection bounds Z. Is that the actual order? So this is so where are we now? Pond. This is reflector pond dot reflection bounds Z. This is offset, and that's token Z. So the river as well. This is also offset. Ooh. Maybe the reflection bounds. Needs to be translated by offset as well. So it's instance position. Well, I'm not sure. Okay, let's just first get the see what the reflection bounds need to be. So it would be canvas draw quad. I think it's pond reflection bounds translate instance position plus offset. I think that's what it is. Yeah, I mean, this is not going to work with all this. It's not. Going to just be recursive. That seems reasonable. Move this around. That seems reasonable. Okay. Right, so we have our reflector. So this is the reflection bounds. The offset is the... We will need that, I think, separate, even though we're like using it here. I think we need to keep it separate. So the river's the same. There's only two things at the moment that can reflect, rivers and ponds. Instance position plus offset. So how do we want to do this? I think we need to pass. It's like something like so instance.draw, right? Does this. And then we need another, possibly another renderer. Content brushes. So the renderer right now for drawing reflections. So I believe it's just normal that we're doing at the moment. The normal sprite. So the thing we're reflecting is normal. Is a normal barrel sprite. So we do something like we would pass in like the reflector. Basically. Right point there. So we need to draw with a reflector. Content brush instance draw. And then we want another draw with the reflector. And then in draw reflections, we draw with the reflector. where is the reflector? Down here. So we'll put this. Put it here. And what I might do is actually put a reflector at the end. Right. Right, so we're now in here. So this isn't a circular dependency anymore. This should just go for it. Right. So it is basically the same. Copy and paste it for now. So we're saying if renderer needs content brush. Yeah, I wonder if it would be better rather put it in there. Make a content brush instance reflector. Or rather than call it so this does need the content brush. Yeah, we'll call it a reflector. So we'll do template content brush data type struct content brush instance reflector reflection renderer. And it has const. Ooh, what's going on there? Const reflector. like this. And we need a concept for that as well. Reflection renderer needs content brush. All right. So this is the reflection renderer now. What's the problem here? It wants me to put a bool in, I think, but I shouldn't need to. Oh, it's because they're all complete on the other one. This is just else return false. And it needs to happen there as well. Alright, cool. So what this means now, it's a bit long-winded, but we can make reflection renderers for these types of content, for any type of content now. So let's see what happens. There we go. We have our reflector, and we have the thing we want to reflect. So what we need to do is we need to say, are we in the bounds? So does instance have? Let's have a quick look. Instance. Normal content data. It just has tile size. It has no bounds or anything. So I need to construct the bounds. So we need to get the texture out. Get the position. So that's minus instance origin. Then we need to the XY. Width height is texture. Width texture height divided by pixels per world unit. So the bounds is XY width height. So let's just do canvas draw quad outline. So I'm just looking for the bounding box of these barrels, basically, and then we can test it if it's in the reflection bounds or not. Okay. That seems good. Why aren't we seeing anything? Probably because anything we draw is not getting drawn. It's going in like a reflection buffer. Ooh, that's going to be quite hard for debug drawing stuff, that. That is going to be hard for debug drawing stuff. We'll have to just do it in here, I think. It's the same. It is the same. Let's just wrap it in a temp block. Anything I draw in here is like going to be a reflection. You know what I mean? Anyway, that looks fine for a bounds. So we're going to go if not bounds intersect reflector bounds return. So we're not reflecting. Now we need the Z. P being this. I'm going to say if Z is less than the reflector Z, meaning we're behind it, return. Let's just see if we get here. Yeah. Now we just want to draw it. I don't really know how this actually works, how this makes a reflection. Just by drawing it again. Oh, well, it does. How does that work? Does reflection bias work? Reflection bias doesn't work, so we need to hook that in. How does that work? Some kind of bias. So if we put in reflection bias here, this must just prepare a mesh for two different shaders that use multiple different parts of the vertex. Yeah, that works. So yeah, if it's off the ground, it's going to be reflected like there. Cool. So let's open more of a complicated room. I can go away now. This has a reflection bias. I'll pull it up a bit. The pond needs to slow down a bit. That was easy. That just kind of worked. Now we want more things to be reflected. So if we just pull this in front, it just starts reflecting. Does it? Oh, it's going behind. Yeah, look, it's reflecting. Cool. Alright, more things then. Let's try and reflect. Do the flag next. And that just works for any normal sprite now. So it doesn't appear in the preview. Work on that. If you stamp it down, it does. We're reflecting the preview as well. Game board editor. Preview for normal content. Or stamp, it's this one. So that means we need a reflector for this as well. Alright, we won't do that yet because that's a different code path. We'll do the flag. So let's move it up here. So that means in the game board content now, we need one of these for cloth. All right, so it's in here. So we need the bounds again. We need to get a good way of getting the bounds. Cloth, mesh, bounds, translate, IP. So we'll do canvas draw quad line that. Power checker, how's it going? Working on reflections now. Moving on from content pipeline stuff, which is good. Finally. All right. So you can. Oops. Reflect a tree in the pond now. If it goes behind the pond, it doesn't reflect. You move it in front, it does. And then we can change properties, like how much reflection there is. Oh, that's refraction, reflection. And now I'm working on getting flags to reflect. So that is minus, it's just the origin, I think. There we go. So that's the cloth bounds. The bounds. Cloth is this. So we want to check that we're in the reflector bounds again. If not, intersect reflector bounds, turn, then we want to get the Z, and we want to say, so that's just P. Say if Z is behind the reflector, return. Otherwise, we'll just draw it. This is just called Z bias. I think I want to have to call it Z, not Z bias. has literally no idea though. Let's just get the compilers. Alright, need to get the texture out as well. Okay, let's see then. There we go. This is the reflector bias though. Reflection bias. Cool. Oh, I'm tired today. All right. I'm not. I expect that this just won't work for everything, because there's obviously shaders going on here that I don't have written for, like grass and stuff. I've never tried to reflect grass. We'll keep going. I'll do it for a tree next. Tree simulation. So, where's the tree? Also, the mouse wheel has stopped working on scrolling. Should fix that. So I'll put that there. So now we need the actual tree bounds. How do we get the tree bounds? So if when we tick the tree, we could probably compute the bounds at the same time. Don't think we do. What's state dot bounds? What's state? Leave state. Okay. So we will do bounding rect. And we just do bb dot add state dot bounds. And then we will have tree trunk state. trunk has bounds, the leaves don't. So then we'll just do leaf bounds is the bounding box. And then we'll have rect get bounds, which will return the trunk bounds. Oh, bounding rect trunk bounds, leaf bounds. See if this works. So now it would be auto. Well, what would it be? Canvas, draw quad outline, in world, tree, get bounds, translate by P. I have a feeling we don't draw reflections of trees. Anyway, that bounding box looks good. Okay. If tree get bounds translate by P intersects with the reflector bounds, or if not that happens, return. We want the Z value. If Z is behind the reflector Z, return. Otherwise, we draw the tree. So, given that there is no bias, this is obviously not going to work. So, it's going to take some more work. Putting a path to reflect trees. I think it's just drawing it in the same place. Let's first pix it and just see what is actually going on. Probably need to pix it with something that's actually reflecting though. There's nothing happening. It's not doing anything there. So let's make something that is reflecting. Just so I can remind myself how these reflections even work. So let's put in this tree again. Save that, and then we'll launch that in Pix. Whoops. Wrong thing. Didn't work. Try again. I think actually it's caching the reflection map. How is this working? I have no idea. Quite old. I did it like a few years ago, maybe. I did the reflection code. So it's just there reflected. But apparently no texture is being accessed. Reflection text. What is the reflection text? That's the distance field for the pond. That's the noise for the waves. I think what I need to do, I do remember it. What it does is it draws the reflection texture, and then it doesn't draw it unless something has moved. So where would that be? The canvas. Reflections dirty. Push reflections. Next draw. Mark is old. The reflection target is old. Mark reflections dirty. Yeah, reflections begin is dirty. So if we do true, so we've got reflections and refractions. So we'll just work, that means it's going to generate them every frame, hopefully. Almost all. So, reflections begin. So it's going to draw RGB triangle. So what? This is the board canvas. So it's going to draw some triangles. Apparently. Our reflections begin. Okay. Draw reflection batches. It's going to draw the pond. Cause flush reflections. We don't actually see anything. So it looks like nothing is. So reflections begin, imaging world end. Offset 20. Reflections begin. This is refractions. Where's reflections? Here. So we're not actually drawing anything there. How does this draw happen? Scissorect. Kitchen world. That's my UV. Reflection begin. I just don't know where. the draw happens. Batch 20. So it's just ticking up and then returning batch offset 23 and then just resuming from there. So how does it work? How does it get? Our reflection mesh batch. Right, I'm gonna go and have a 2-minute break and continue with this. Okay. What I can do is search for fixed scope thing, which is printing the message out. Draw reflection refraction batches. All right. So where did this come from? Oh, this is where we are. Apply batch. Draw reflection batch. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Right, so let's picture this. So it's doing something called, it's doing a copy texture region. weirdly. That's the refraction. Okay. Yeah, the refraction's just doing a copy texture region. So we've got draw XY UV refract. So how does this work again? Pixoscope. Check it goes into here. That seems correct to me. Okay. What's weird is it's not including it in Pix. It should be here. It should be drawing it in here somewhere. Check we're actually drawing this. We're not drawing it. We've only got two hellos. So why aren't we drawing it? Next draw. Oh, really? And out for some reason. There's not a reflection target, or it's not dirty. Get out. So when we actually where's the is dirty? So reflection targets. Where do we set these reflection targets? Where do we add in the reflection target? Get reflection target. So we're saying okay, we need to just make it dirty, I think. Rather than doing true or, I'm going to leave this in. DX reflection target is dirty, is true. I think that's what we need to do. Hopefully we do see reflections generated every frame. Lots of hellos being printed out, that's good. Because we're going to want them to, usually it just generates stuff if it's changed. But what we want to do is generate them every frame for the time being as we are adding in new types so we can debug it easily. So let's just pick that and see what it looks like. So, right, here we go. Got some more stuff in here now. Got draw. And it just flips upside down, basically. Okay. So, draw reflection batch. Whoops. So where does this come from? Here. So we do, these are the ones we have supported. So if we do case e-material type, okay, well what does, let me do draw a tree. Draw texture in world. So draw texture in world, draw scaled texture in world. Let's see what material this uses. Image in world. Material type image in world. Image in world. So it should come to here, which it does. The problem is that there is no bias, I think. So we just do build quad in world. Image width, image height. So on the normal, runtime doesn't use normal raster. Ah, right, okay. Is this for compiling crust? Ah, nice one. This for compiling your language. Yeah, cool. So there is a draw texture in world with a reflection bias. Texture, position, origin, reflection bias, Z. So this would be instance reflection bias. Nice. Is it going all right? I think I talked to you last time about it. You was thinking about changing languages. Compiler. Oops. Okay. So alright, so this should in theory reflect now. Maybe the bias is, maybe I just can't see it. It's pretty dark. Yeah, it is, look, it is reflecting. The leaves are... The leaves are wrong. The leaves are like upside down. So, difference between draw texture in world and draw scaled texture in world. Bias position, so that's the last one. Texture dimensions, basically. So that's given us the scale. So we've got two slots. We've got slots used, two slots using the different thing. Same slot used for two different things. So it's state and not Z and W. Oops. Right. What do I want to do here then? We've run out of slots. To put in the bias for scaled. So what we need really for the reflection is we need one more slot for bias. Alright, let's just run this and see. First I want to see, because they were being drawn upside down as well. I mean, you can't even see it really because it's so dark. You might be able to see it with something underneath. Or is it the Z bias? It is there, it's just so dark. Because the tree itself is actually quite dark. Save that. Does this actually reload properly? Yeah. So what does this look like? The trees are being drawn upside down. They are just being drawn, not being pushed to the right position in Y. So what this means, yeah, because it's the position Y that's going in. What this means is so you've got 0, 0 there. That's just offset, I think. Where is the scaling happening? Yeah, so maybe we don't use this. Build quad in world. So I don't think we actually... Yeah, okay. Texture dimensions. Maybe we don't use this. Let's put in then float bias. Don't use it in the shader, I mean. Get rid of that. Oh, we do need that. But this isn't texture dim. This is vec2 bias position.y. This is instance reflection bias. Well, this is 0 in this case. This one is instance reflection bias. This is 0. Build. There we go. That looks kind of reflecting to me. You can't see the leaves very well. Let's go to the shader. XYUV in world, I think. No. Flip. XYUV. Not XYUV in world. Image. Oops. Which one is it? Reflection flipped Y. So it's Riverine World. Okay. It's actually the pond we want though, not the river. Reflection. So let's just return the reflection. That. I cannot tell if so there's no leaves. I don't think there are any leaves. Right, so what's going on there then? There we go. It's easy to see. There are no leaves. Why are there no leaves then? Oh, because it's flipping. We need to flip it around a different origin. That's flipping it around its own origin. We need to flip it around the tree's origin. The trunk's origin. That needs to be the trunk position.y. So we're going to do let's do it here. We'll just go float Y flip origin for now. Which is this. 0 there. This is P plus trunk bounds. Why? Problem here. P dot Y even. This is not. I can get these leaves to show up. They look. That looks good. That looks good. So let's. All we've got to do actually is put no distortion on. That looks awesome. I have this. Let's try and just load up a bigger one. One of the things is, this tree is so dark that you can't see the reflection. Oh no, it's just behind. It's behind these. It's behind the tree. There we go. Put that back again. Drawing the border behind the tree as well. Drawing the border of the tree. We don't want to do. Save that, rerun it. All right, so we're reflecting the tree now. Shadow bias needs to go up a bit. Is that working? Doesn't appear to be working. Oh, not the shadow bias, the reflection bias needs to go up a bit. It is reflecting in the river as well. The river must... Why is it reflecting in the river? Because we haven't even started doing the coding for that yet. Must call draw reflections. So obviously, like... other trees will be brighter than this one. Alright, cool. Let's check that in. That's trees in then. Alright, make more coffee, and then we're going to probably put animated rigs reflections in. We're back in 2 minutes. Alright, animated rigs then. Let's just check. Obviously, like, the fake reflections. So... this won't work. A shape like this won't work. We could do something like you just did it like this, and then we put a bit more distortion on. We just do something like that. Kind of looks like refraction though, doesn't it? Which isn't bad really, it's not a bad thing. Alright. Let's have a look at the it was a river shader, wasn't it? No, the pond. So now Let's do an animated rig. Do this guy. Guy needs to reflect as well. So we need a reflector. Or animated rig. Animation, river, pond, provider, animated rig. So we'll do this. But how's rig? Let me just do this. I want to draw the rig bounds, so rig bounds is rig bounds translate, maybe translate. I don't think so. We're setting the position of it, ticking it, so I just think it's rig bounds. Second. Someone's trying to contact me. Alright. Made rig. Alright, so not quite. Yeah, that's better. If we set an animation track going on him, running. And now what we need to do is we just need to draw it. With a bias, of course. No, we need to do the testing. So we're going to get the rig bounds. So P is this. I'll do all these actually. If not, rig bounds intersect reflector bounds return. So if you're not in the reflector bounds, return. If Z is less than the reflector Z, so if it's behind, return. We don't want to reflect it if it's behind the thing. Otherwise we draw it. We want to draw it actually. We want to change how we do this. We want to draw it with a bias, I think. So what is it? XYUV dynamic. Tinds. Texture indices. Texture sizes. How do we draw? What's the shader for it? What is the shader? XYUV. It's just XYUV again. This is turning out to be pretty good. So let's put in a bias then. Who's calling this one as well? That is the actual, that's the game calling it, I think. Yeah. So this one, we're going to put in a bias. Float bias. Oops. Texture sizes. Might not need this. Texture sizes is really, it's the same for everyone. Bias position.y. Animation controller draw. Really? This is interesting. This is... Who's calling this? This is like drawing characters and stuff. Okay. Rather than drawing the level. You know, drawing like the main character or whatever. So this is instance reflection bias. Oops. This is 0. Or does the paintbrush have a reflection bias in it? Whoops. No. Could though. Could put one in. Alright, so he's not there. Not being reflected. Right, okay. Failing one of these. $602 it says. You have a problem with actually generating the collision textures for these. It's not working. So the Z bias was set to 0. Instant Z bias 0. So the reflector Z is 498. $602. Oh, Z bias and Z is coming in at minus 499. What's going on there? That's weird. Is that coming in with the other ones as well? Z bias of minus 499. Let's get one of some barrels up. Yeah. So why is it coming in at minus 499? Oh, token Z. I think it's just Z bias or Z actually. Or just Z. And the river as well. It's just see as well. No, it is Z by SRZ. Oh, Z by SRZ is Z by SRZ. That's what it is for both of them. Not token Z. Alright, so we have the barrels. The guy's still not getting reflected though. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Let's mess about with the shader. It's 10. Zero. Not seeing anything. So canvas, reflections. Yeah, okay, no, it's here, isn't it? It's that. There we go. Open this up again. You can see there is quite, it's reflected quite, the river itself is a little bit I don't really know how this works. It seems to be pulling him in a bit. Doesn't actually seem to be working. Oh, it's because it's mixed. There we go. Can't actually get hold of the guys though. There's some problem with generating the brushes. To regenerate them, don't want to do that. So if I just delete this brush folder, we'll be able to hold the guys again. Pick them up, move them around. Yeah. Lost him again, I can't. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can't get a hold of him now. Wonder if it's that he's being evicted from the cache. The what is it? The collision texture that I'm using to intersect these guys is getting evicted from the cache, I think. If I relaunch the game, yeah, it's the collision texture is getting evicted. We don't want to render these borders either anymore. So now I can get hold of him. If I save it, still get hold of him. Save it. There is some situation where I can't collide with the guys. So this is behind the river. That's not affecting this. Oh, it's not reflection bias, sorry. Sea bias. There we go. So I think what it is the actual Z bias of the river needs to go down. Move this out of the way. And then what I also want to do, just delete this bit of floor. Maybe move some of this grass out of the way. Yeah, that's cool with the reflections. Next is maybe lights. How does lights work? Lights. So now I can't now I can't grab hold onto these guys anymore. We'll fine, figure it out. Lights then. So reflecting lights. Normal. We've got instance lighting draw. So you just need to do instance lighting draw as well. Yeah, it looks like it. I don't think it doesn't obey the reflection bias though. Let's do it here. Put one here. Instance lighting draw. So we want also a draw. With the biases. So float bias, I think. Or does the light have its own bias? Maybe the light has its own bias. Actually. The light has a glossier bias. It doesn't have a reflection bias though. Reflection bias, it does. So draw light texture in world. Props a reflection bias. Right, so it is already in there. It's doing bounds.centered or why? Okay, so if I need to change the light reflection bias, it's in lighting. Properties, reflection bias, there we go. It's looking all right. I know what that thing is there, they're putting all that stuff. What's the noise scale for that? 1155. So we'll keep it at 1155. 1155. Low speed. Oh, it's the reflection distortion. Occasional flicker in there. Grab this light. Bring it down here. So bright in it. My word. Lights in this game are very bright. So what I'm going to do, because I can hear my computer going mental, is in draw, it was called. This needs to go away. I'm redrawing the reflection targets every frame, obviously. Ooh, yeah, okay. So I need to if there's animated meshes. Alright, so how do I get the reflection target to update? For an animated mesh now, if it's changed. Animated rigging world bias. So we have a thing where we go like add to reflection thingy bob. Append current there we go. Append to current light token, append to current reflection token. Here. Vertex buffer range. Nope, doesn't like that. How does this work then? So it's just span of vertices. So it's VB. Alright, so it's standard span, VB, subspan, vertex buffer range, first, vertex buffer range count. I think it's that. So that's auto vertex span. There we go. So right now then, so this breakpoint should fire as soon as I have to start rendering this guy. And it will just have to keep firing. Alright, so let's just pix this and we'll just check that we're creating the right size render targets and things like that. It's obviously quite expensive to draw reflections. How do we gather collect timing data? Ain't that bad. 16 microseconds. Okay. I wanted to check the actual render target size. The render target size is the same size as the. What is the render target size? It's 319 by 313. I think it's just the size of, obviously there's pond bounds. Okay. Next is grass. Let's have a look. How is grass drawn? Is it grass? Or we could do framed animation. There's only two left. Framed animation and grass. Draw grass texture in world. Okay, so this. This is a geometry shader thing. I might leave this till last because this will require writing a shader and stuff, and it's the end of the day nearly. I'm a bit spent. So the other one, what was the other one? Framed animation. This will be easier. So this is reflection. Well, this is 0 to start with. Content instance reflection renderer for framed animation that takes const reflector. All right. Oh, hang on. This is me being tired. So let's draw the bounds. So we need to do this. I'm going to go animation. If not animation, it's playing. Return. And then we just want to get to the actual index. Get frame. Get the texture. And we want to work out the bounds again, so it's the same as normal. We worked out the bounds. So let's do this. Draw the quad outline in the world again. Bounds. Check it's the right bounds. Right. Need to get the brush out. Do you have the brush? So I'll just place a framed animation in, of which I only have one. This one. Bounds looks right though. Oh, in normal actually. Yeah, I think we have to draw the lighting as well. We're gonna go if bound, if not bound, intersect, reflector bounds, turn the Z value as well. It's just basically this. If Z is less than the reflector Z, return. We want to draw it with instance reflection bias. Go. So that's reflection for everything apart from grass, which requires more shaders and stuff. So I think we'll do that tomorrow when we've got a fresh head. So what we want to do is, this is going to actually tie into, I actually want to do a low, medium, high graphics settings stuff, so we can start working on that as well, because obviously low, medium, high graphics, we're going to have to, we could control what we send to be reflected. If it's just normal sprites, that's fine. If it's things like grass or trees, things that have a very high draw call, like lots of vertices or lots of dynamics, so they're always changing, then maybe we could not render those reflections. Trees, for example, we could just render the trunk. Alright, cool. Did quite a lot of work today. So draw reflections in these things. That's going to have to come next as well, so that's in the game itself rather than, this is in the editor that I'm working on now. Game itself needs to be able to draw reflections. If I launch the game, there is still no reflections. See the difference that reflections makes though. Hey, how's it going? Getting in reflections. No reflections, reflections. You're back. How did it go? You go alright? That's alright, it'll hopefully give me some ad revenue. Thanks for that. Much appreciated. Did it go okay? Yeah. That's good. As long as it went okay. I've had a productive day. I've put in all these reflections. They're like very new to code. Yeah, right. Can be intimidating enough, can't it? or you even got to do a project or whatever. Glad it went alright though. Yeah, I got reflections now. Yeah, they're been for a few days, yeah. Yeah, imagine what you'd be like when you're 40. Be awesome. That's how old I am. Oh, thanks, mate. That's great. In terms of experience, yeah. So is it done now? Or do you say you've got a presentation and then it's done? Yeah, so I have an annoying bug where I can't. We have lost the ability to grab hold of these guys. I have to fix that, not today though. Just need some practice, yeah. Polish the last few days, last few things, yeah, cool. There is flickering going on, so I'll have to fix that. Occasionally, I see a white flicker. Oh yeah, cool. Maybe I should have. Yeah. Nice. So we've got to draw reflections in here as well. Don't really know what's going on here. We'll do it a different way. I want to learn everything you needed, yeah. Yeah, I mean you can keep on with it, can't you now? Even when it's finished, I suppose. Even if it's not the game in particular, if you're interested in the game coding stuff, try and do it on your own. Right, so we do have this flicker, which I don't really need to make a note of because it's obvious. Very hard to debug though. Try to do better for the next assignment. Every single time you attempt this, you'll get better. game itself. Yeah, okay. Do you think you're more into engine, like game tech, or game coding? Gameplay coding? You seem more like a tech guy to me. Lots of work, yeah. So, what I might do, I'm not going to do it now, I might do it this evening, is fix that bug of why it only happens for animated rigs. Like, I know what it is, why we can't intersect them. It's because it doesn't, we don't have the collision texture. Empty. Don't know why. My expectation is it's getting evicted from the cache occasionally. So that'll probably be what it is. Because we're referring to it just by a hash code or an ID rather than the file name. Then we can't, if it's not in the cache, load it from disk. Have to see about that. In an ideal world, my role would be the tool development. Yeah, making the level editors. Yeah. That's a lot of C#, that, in big game studios. Making the actual editors themselves, as opposed to like the things that are rendered. I want to do distance. I do want to distance myself from a bit from all of the physics stuff. Yeah. Designing the levels using the editor. Okay. So actually, like game design, level design. Cool. Yeah, the level design. Yeah, cool. Yeah. The game that I'm going to make here is level design. It's more going to be like an environmental design, because it's not going to be like platformer or anything. It's more going to be like making things visually pleasing to look at and making things obvious that they're interactable and stuff like that. I'll have to work on. Still not great. Yeah, I mean, you can practice level design in Unity, can't you? As well. Don't really even need to code to do that. So we can go to the content cache, and then in tick, we do have each container tick. Where do we evict things? containers. Here. Let's see if we get some evicting things here. Finish the decompiler. Yes. Oh, look. We've got some evicted. Right. Entirely sure where we are. We're in the images. It was a texture on it. Yeah. Couldn't split the focus. Yeah, I find it hard to split the focus as well. Texture. No path. So 889 is the lookup. The content ID is 638. So let's see. So now we can't get it. So I reckon it's that, you know. We're evicting it. It's in canvas where we want to be. $638, yeah. So we've evicted it. That's the problem. So whenever we place it, when we place this into the cache, presumably when we load the rig, we do that. Rig data collision. Which is a read. Don't forget everything about it. Yeah, I mean, the more you do it, the more it'll be second nature. I was in the bug fixing phase. Yeah, well, even today, like, I looked at parts of the code base today here that I had no idea. So the reflection stuff I haven't touched in maybe like 2 years or something. 18 months. So you've just got to just familiarise yourself. Don't remember what bugs I was fixing. Yeah, it's worth keeping a Trello list or some kind of list of bugs. So where are we going? Where are we coming from even? Here it is. So we want an option for it to never grow old, basically. So we can list options here. Source file, options, asset never grows old. Do we have that? No. So that'll be the first thing to do tomorrow. Here, asset never grows old option. Well, it's only particularly the collision. Or the collision texture. Try and run the program, iterate until it works. Yeah. Yeah, me too. I do have a list of bugs though. And then I mark them if they're crashing bugs as well. There are a few more. Like, I don't necessarily have a list of bugs when I'm working on a system. But when I find a bug on a different system that I'm not working on, the best thing to do is to try and fix it there and then. But if you don't want to, add that to a list. That's what I do. So obviously when I've been doing this level compiler, I've had bug after bug after bug, but I've just fixed them and fixed them and fixed them, not added them to a list. And now I'll draw a line under it. If I find bugs in it, I'll probably try and fix them or add them to a list now. Iterate until the code looks good. Yeah. Work it out. That's my analogy, is work it out until it becomes like a big ball of muscle. Arnold Schwarzenegger muscle. Says here, it says due to start in 10 seconds. There we go. So maybe it was a little bit early. It's not exact. When I query the Twitch API to get the next ad, it's not exact. You need a playback button, yeah. Yeah, I upload all the VODs to YouTube. And they're on Twitch for a week, I think. So when I'm an old man, I'll be able to look back at all the coding I used to do. Back to earth. Yeah, I was saying I upload all the VODs to YouTube as well. So when I'm an old man, I'll be able to look back at young Ben coding. Maybe. Alright, so because it's live, yeah, exactly. Put something in the chat and then I'll type it out, because you can still chat yeah, when there's ads running. All right, this is a little bug up here, the ad counter. Same time every day pretty much, it doesn't reset. All I've got to do to get it to reset is refresh the browser. So it's like Streamlabs is not refreshing my browser, even though I've told it to do so. But it's not just it seems to have a problem with refreshing the browser. I'm not really sure what's going on there. Right, I'm gonna have to head because I'm absolutely knackered now. I did loads of coding today. Got reflections in for almost everything, and worked on the level, rendering the levels in the game. So now I need to fix that bug to do with evicting the collision texture for the animated rigs. and then put the reflections in the game. And then shadows after that. So that might do that tomorrow. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, they are a good way. Nobody needs to donate really though. Not doing this for the money or anything. Doing it to meet people who like coding. See their reaction. Yeah, that'd be cool. Right, Van Bjerg, I'm gonna have to head off. But I'll be back on tomorrow. So 9:30 my time, 10:30 your time. I've got to go and do some stuff now. Yeah. So I'll see you later. Bye bye.